plan for today? Well, today's plan is to try to get some development processes in place. I don't know. Hopefully I'll be able to get around to doing some actual coding again. But the goal here is I've been trying to work on getting my Docker environment set up. Now, oh yeah, and be forewarned, I still have not fixed my video card issues or disconnects just randomly. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's having power issues or what. I don't know what's going on. It just disconnects every now and then. It is a eGPU, so it's external from my tablet, Surface Pro. Interestingly enough, prior to getting my new one, I never had this problem. But I sent it in, they replaced it, I got this one back. And I don't know if the problem is that my port keeps failing, if something's going on with my port. Maybe I'll have to try that. Maybe I should swap out my camera port with the other port and see if that fixes it. It could be still that the cable I'm using, I ordered a new cable, expensive cable, so I'm hoping that that'll fix it. There's a couple of options I'm still trying to work out. If I were to swap my camera and then suddenly my camera were to start wigging out, then I know that it's something to do with that port, my Thunderbolt port. Other than that, I don't know what's going on with my video card. Is the card failing? Is it seated poorly in the motherboard of the eGPU? I don't know, but I'm hoping something I do will resolve the problem. Like it's something connectivity between the two sides. I guess if I were to put my what happens is if the camera were to disconnect on that port, maybe it's drawing too much power from that port's not handling it well. I don't know. I'm really stumped on it. But that said, I will keep plugging away here, and we'll just have to see where we are when all is said and done here. I'm going to move my mic to be a little bit more in front of me, I guess. I mean, I don't know if the mic's making bad noise, but you'll have to tell me on that. I kind of finally got my desk a little bit more cleaned off. Every now and then I go, ugh, it's driving me bonkers. So I hope your Christmas was good. If you, that you had a lot of good time spent with family and friends, and that you got some cool gifts and were able to give some as well, and see the joy on their faces that the family and friends that got them. I'm supposed to possibly kind of maybe go gaming tonight, board gaming with a friend, but he lives pretty far away, and I don't know yet if I'm going. So I never committed to it. I never said I was, but I don't know. I'm teetering. I don't know. Thing is, they have a couple people going already, and realistically, if they only have 2 people going, that's 4 people. That's all you need for a board game, right? Because they have 2 people there and then 2 going, and it's like at that point, do you really need a 5th? I mean, 5th just makes it harder to fill a table. 6 just means you may have to play on 2 tables, and it's like 3 people games. Yeah. So anyway. Besides, I have a new game. I played a little bit Christmas night. I'm hoping to maybe play that some later today. It's a Switch game. I didn't play as long Christmas night as I'd hoped because it took me a while to get my streaming set up. If you want to check out my gaming streams, check out and you're on YouTube, you can go to Active Mind Gamer, and that's my game stream now. It has a few of my old programming things on it, but until then, hey, let's see what we can get going. So I'm curious, when you run how long does Docker take to spin up a new environment? It can't be instantaneous, right? I mean, it has to. Oh, it's a lot. I can't read that while it's popping up. Okay, so depending on several factors, but generally fresh container from an existing image, a few seconds or less. Okay, building a new image from scratch. Simple apps, 1 to 5 minutes. Complex apps with many dependencies, 5 to 15 minutes. The main factors affecting startup time are image size, number of layers in your Docker file, number of layers, application initialization time, host system resources, whether the image is cached locally. Using multi-stage builds, minimizing image layers, using lightweight base images. I don't know what the image layers are. What's this? It must be the image, the system images that it creates. Okay, so for example, the difference in base images. 188.5. Would you like me to explain more specific? No, I'm just curious. I haven't actually fired one off yet, and I don't. Supposedly, I've done all the things I need to. So how would... So if I'm deploying through continuous integration and delivery, so how would I implement GitHub CI CD to automate check-in and deployment to I'm not totally sure. I set up my Docker according to my own thoughts is to create a dev, a test, and a prod. And honestly, at this point, I hope I'm testing before I go to test. So it's like, I don't know if I need it, but I'm going to probably do a double deploy on automation. What I'm thinking is right now in the early stages, I'll just go straight to prod, deploying both to test and prod. Using test as maybe my own personal playground, like if I need to see what's going on, I need to fiddle with it because I may have already moved on by the time I start hearing about bugs, right? Somebody says, hey, we're playing with your game here a little bit and this blah, blah, blah happened. And I have to go, oh, well, I don't want to go mess with the production one, but I might go mess with the test one just to kind of see what's going on and seeing if that's something I can quickly resolve in dev. I don't know. I'm not sure. Plus, it's something I want to have in place in the event that maybe I do get another person in and I want to be able to deploy something to a test environment to make sure that the deployment works, right? So I want to go like, oh, okay, let's see if we can deploy successfully to test. And if everything deploys good and runs good, then we go to prod because we know that everything deployed. Because sometimes you hit hiccups along the way, right? Things don't always quite go as you want, but you can assume a lot of times if you can get to test without issue, production's going to be pretty safe. You don't want to go and half deploy something and find out it breaks on prod because you forgot to deploy something. So maybe that's a reason to go to test first. So you send it to test, you run some smoke tests. It's really like a smoke test environment, right? Make sure that your deployment works, and then you go from there. At least as far as a single developer environment goes, because if I'm just single developer, I can test in my own development stage. How do I implement GitHub CI/CD to automate check-in? Well, to automate deployment to test upon check-in and deployment to prod merge. This is what I want to do next. Whew. Look at that. I've never seen a ChatGPT do that. Split up into a separate, like a split screen. That's a Claude thing normally. Oh, I'm in Claude. Huh. What are you doing, Claude? Are you actually doing something, or are you just kind of like you created a window, but you didn't actually type anything in there? Claude says, "I'll do this," and then oh, here we go. Is it still typing? Hello, Claude. This doesn't have anything. uh, huh. This workflow does the following: triggers. Following triggers runs on every push to any branch. Runs on pull request to master. I just thought about that. Why would I deploy to test just my branch? I was thinking checking in anything, but that doesn't work, huh? Why would I? Because I could deploy my test branch to test? So I'd have... Yeah, that'd be weird. I don't know if I want to do that. Builds Docker image, pushes to Docker hub, deploys to test environment for all non-master branches. Uses Kubernetes for deployment. Because wouldn't you want to deploy... Wouldn't you want Kubernetes for deployment? I haven't even tried Kubernetes yet. That's like a whole new thing. Huh. Kubernetes. Production deployment. Only triggers on merges to master. Only triggers on merges to master. Requires test job to pass first. Deploys the same Docker image to production.
I'm going to run a couple errands.
All right, babe. Love you.
You.
Streaming? Yes. Bye. I don't know what it is. My eyes, I don't know if it's the bright light here or what. It just feels like they're being pushed. My eyes don't like glare. I don't think it's my screen because I'm using dark mode. But I feel like maybe the clouds outside are blinding me. And my blinds are broken. Should I go get my yellow glasses? My sunglasses that are designed for being outside. And I bought them for their anti-glare functionality and the fact that they were slightly prescription. Only problem is prescription glasses kind of... My eyes aren't very weak, so it's like if I wear prescription glasses at close range, they don't do anything except kind of... They almost distort because they're not fully making things better. They're kind of like just changing things. It's weird. So I don't know. But whatever it is, my eyes are feeling pressured. Not like a headache, but just like they feel heavy. No, I'm not tired. I don't know how to explain it. Hold on. Let me be right back. Okay, let's try this again. I'm going to try and wear my... yeah, that's not too bad. It kind of helps with the glare. I have to get something going here. We'll see how they affect my vision on my monitor, though. So, one thing at a time, I suppose. I got to do one quick little thing, so I'll try not to be distracted by this for too long. It should only take a minute. My wife and I are gonna go to a movie this afternoon. So that gives me several hours here, so we're good. But so there is a show we're gonna go see. It's called Homestead, and it's got, I can't remember I don't know his name, but he's like classically a bad guy in movies or in TV shows, and so it's kind of. I like him. I mean, I like him. He plays a good bad guy, but I don't know. I don't know if he's even a bad guy in this one, because it seems like he's like the star. So the star's not usually a bad guy. So anyway, what I'm doing is buying the tickets because, it's kind of a vacation week and everybody's going to see movies. People just go do something in the afternoons. And the theater was getting kind of full. It was getting kind of busy. So it's like I'd better buy them now, because by this afternoon, who knows? All right. And then of course AMC. Hey, you qualify for this and that and this and that. $24 for a month, for a year. Huh? No thanks. Okay, bought tickets. Now back to work. Bye. Love you. All right, so now we do some stuff that's work-ish. Let's see what we can do. Like I said, tonight I'll probably get around if I stick around. I'll probably get around to playing my new game. It's called Unicorn Overlord. It's another one of those like anime-ish kind of games. Basic graphics, little strategic. It's got tactical, but it's interesting because it's not tactics in your classic go into a battle and you position everybody and you fight. The tactics are almost more how you enter fights. You set guys up, you prep them, and then you go into battle. And you might even have a lot of units going in different directions and potentially attacking and approaching enemies from different angles, or taking advantage of the locations that you're in as you set up for battles in the various locations. So sometimes you'll have a squad go take, and usually only one squad attacks a group, right? So you don't want to get people killed. I don't know how it is as far as that goes. I'm playing in a normal right now. I haven't gone too far into the tactics of it. So you've really got to watch, because you may have weaker guys, but you want them to level, so you have to kind of have them do some fighting so that they can level. And I don't know how the game sets up. I mean, I've only been playing it for like 45 minutes. I got through all of the pre-stuff and some like stage 1 or introduction and stage 1 or whatever. I don't know how many 50 gajillion stages there probably are, but you're just basically this prince of a defeated empress, and he's trying to rise back up and take away defeat the evil overlord that took out everybody. So, who and he apparently is doing it with some, nefarious means, magic. So and they discovered that already early on. So now it's time for him to he's trying to he gets new allies, people to work with, as he defeats them, because he's able to clear their mind of whatever magical means has taken over their minds. So he basically recruits them and makes them part of his team, and now they're all going. His group gets bigger and bigger, and the enemies get smaller and smaller. But you defeat all of his sidekicks, all of the minions, but you capture like the boss, and the boss becomes one of yours, because you clear his mind. It's like, oh, I don't know how I was being taken over. This magic you must be using is terrible, Anyway, so yeah. See, this is helping with the glare, but it's kind of throwing me off looking at my computer. Plus, I have the monitor is, 3.5, a good 3.5 feet away from me. So it's like I'm 6 inches from even. I'm not even at the screen yet. So it's like, I think that's a problem. It's like my glasses are fine if I close up is here. The reading part right here, but the distance part, there's a middle range, and I can't quite find, I don't want to have my head too high, and it's just weird. So I don't know which one is better, but I do know that the glare isn't bothering my eye as much. So we'll see if I can withstand this long enough. Okay. I did get my back-end saving, my game plan saving, and loading, so that's nice. I do have some kind of a bug or quirk between the transition, between having a simulation running. Oops. What happened? Failed to launch debug adapter. Additional information. Okay, well, let's... I did also do something that may or may not have caused me problems. I installed Docker. Docker in itself probably isn't what broke anything, but I moved the position of the sim to a lower folder, and I don't know if things are like trying to run off that. Oh, see, like that's already wrong. That's not going to work. And I changed the name of the project, which also could have broke it. So, yeah, I may have done some stuff that did not play nice. So we're going to find out if I... because Docker needs to be at a parent level that can see all of the projects that it's deploying. And so I had to create a setup where my football simulator was actually at a parent level. So I had to break it down to a more project pieces setup. Where's my solution file? Oh, maybe it's just a project. What the heck is an ES proj? Oh, here we go, solution. So yeah, I'm just trying to work through this Docker thing. I don't know its exact setup here, and if I broke anything. I could have. I hope I didn't. But so my issues here came. Items I'm working on that are currently in progress. Okay. Let's go ahead and recompile this. Let's see if that helps. Get everything based on its current locations rebuilt. That might have been part of it. I should probably do something about that error too. I don't know what punycode module is deprecated. I don't even know what punycode is. Please use an userland alternative instead. Trace deprecation to show where the warning has created. And I'm not sure about this image issue because I have some special coding going on that's moving images around, and it needs to have an image file. Now, I say needs to. In its current design, it needs to use an image link versus a tailspin image. And now there may be a way to work around that. I haven't figured it out. It was an AI solution that I found. And I haven't really looked for another solution. I'm sure AI, if there is another solution, could point me in that way. Oh, great, we're getting this. Unable to launch browser. Unable to find an installation of the browser on your system. What? Oh, why is it pointing to Chrome? What the heck, man? That's why. I don't use Chrome. What nonsense is that? I don't think I have Chrome installed. So yeah, it's going to have trouble finding Chrome. Still waiting for it to load. Okay, so I should put a new update on my front page of this because I do have a feature change. Where's my solution? Oh. Let's go to my home. Go to your home. Don't you want to go home? This will be more interesting when I actually start doing deployments to like my pseudo prod, because at that point, like I'm just randomly putting stuff in here, more or less like a progress log, but eventually I want to have it be like everything I did between now and this production deployment. But new things we have, let's I think, is it UL and LI, or is it what is the I think it's UL and LI, I think, for a list, a bullet list. Is that UL? Oh, there it is, UL. Intrinsic list. Oh, that's a list element. What is the parent to? What is the parent list? What is a parent? I can't remember, dang it. sent us the trickle of known issues of Windows 11. Just in time. Install the operating system using removable media. Chance it might stop receiving security updates. According to Microsoft's marketing. Fortunately for some users, what it does not bring are security updates, while Microsoft's marketing might imply that the security situation is all tickety-boo. What the heck is all tickety-boo? The reality of the operating system and much of the rest of the software would is that relentless stream of updates is required to keep out the miscreants. The issue occurs when media such as CD and USB flash drives are used to install Windows 11. Well, I'll tell you, the biggest problem I've had with Windows 11 24H2 is my search area and my run area vanish inexplicably sometimes. I mean, I can't load. I have to restart the Windows Explorer for it to reset. It's like just some out of the blue. I don't even know what's causing it. Just suddenly stops loading. Just big blank screen. All right, where was I? HTML list tag. What are they? Come on. Always something simple. I can't remember what they are. UL and oh, it is UL and LI. I was right. Gosh darn it! It's not 17, by the way. It's 27. Go with your first gut. Go with your gut, Ken. UL. We have, let's see, what have I done in the last week? Well, let's see. What have I done? I haven't done anything. No, it's not bad. I've done a few things. Let's see. I've implemented load and saving of Gameplan. Added distance to goal in Gameplan. Refactored Gameplan to use single page component or single component. Let's do that. Single component for rendering. You know, I did come up with an idea which I am so psyched to put into the game. In fact, I got to go write it down right now. We're going to go ahead and what I wanted to add to my feature list, which, by the way, is not a guarantee of anything. This is just me throwing down ideas of what I want on my game. I do need to start coming up with a design document where I take a lot of this stuff you see here in my OneNote, which is kind of becoming my pseudo note-taking dump of all of my ideas for how this is going to work. But eventually, I got to decide. Let's go here. Let's say general game log ideas. Let's see. Let's change this to feature Game features. So there's a lot, right? You got a live simulation. You've got game plans, custom game plans for offense and defense. And those go down, those go even deeper than that. But one of the things I want to implement, in fact, what I should do is go like this. And then I should probably put in. Okay, so these glasses are going to drive me nuts because of the way they're designed. They're just really not good for close up. And if you see me doing this a lot, it's me trying to find the position of the glasses. That's natural. But I got to do something about my side window here when the lights are bright. My eyes are like, no, you're killing me, man. Oh, you know what could be? I think my screen is dimmed. Oh, okay, that's way better. That's what it was. It's just dark. That also was killing me. All right. And with the glasses killing glare, it helps a lot. Okay, so we want insert row above. We're gonna go feature implementation. How about implemented or implement? Let's do this. Accepted. And then let's go with another column. Table to the right column. Insert column right. All right, then we're gonna go started. So none of this stuff is complete, but accepted just means yes, I'm doing it. But what it does, all right, so one of the thing is I have decided I want to put in the ability to play with 4 players and have people be able to submit their own game plan for offense and defense. And I haven't decided yet how special teams is going to work. Who's going to submit the special teams? I mean, would you really want a special teams coordinator? Maybe. But, and then what is the coach's job in that scenario? I think the coach's job would be, I think the coach has his own game plan rules, which basically covers all situations. So if any game plan in the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams don't cover something, the coach handles that. And the coach is actually also the one that's picking the play. So his tendencies, his functionality is going to be the one that makes the final choice. Offensive and defense coordinators will provide, a lot of times, provide the majority of the play selection, but he makes the final decision on which play gets selected on any given play, which he's the randomizer. And so if he has a tendency to go one way or the other, if he's focused on certain types of things, he's going to pick that kind of play more often. So it's kind of like a coordination. So whoever's playing the head coach, you might have offensive and defensive coordinators that can input their parts. Now the question is, I haven't decided how that works in terms of leagues or anything like that, so you submit this, and then what happens if the defense is doing bad and your defensive coordinator's not updating his game plan? You could theoretically fire him and go with a generic coordinator, or create your own game plan for it. But I think, yeah, so you'd have to have something. But I think that might be fun on a game-to-game basis. Like, let's just play it with this. I think there would be a problem if if for example the person wasn't available or wasn't there to watch, or he's not tracking, like, oh yeah, I've simulated 6 games and our defense has sucked the entire time. This needs to be rewritten. and and then I haven't decided hashing out everything about it, but I think it could be, like you might have your own set of plays in there, plays that come from your play catalog. Because ultimately, I think what's going to happen is you're only going to get so many plays. There's like going to be very basic. You're going to have your basic special teams kick, the special teams plays, and 1 or 2 run pass options. That's it. Just very generic, very nothing fancy. And as you build up, you can add plays to your playbook and decide, this is how I want to optimize this or optimize that. And then plays themselves can be updated, right? So, and do you have, and the other question is, if you're playing with an offensive and defensive coordinator, do you use that person's team? Or is it your team using their game plan? So, that's kind of the thing, right? Because if you create your own game plan, it don't matter. It's all your team. But if you're creating a shared offensive and defensive coordinator scenario, and you're allowing multiple people, like one offensive and defense, do these offensive and defensive coordinators bring in their players? Because, they might want to have some say in how their play... Well, honestly, I think the way it should work is if you're playing a casual game, you can bring in your own offense, your own defense. It's just a casual, like, hey, let's do a 4-player game, casual mode, which means it's not a league, it's nothing else. You bring it in and it plays both teams' offense and defense. In other words, they bring in their defense, this is your offense, and you're going to go up against someone else in their offense and defense. And then, the coach of, I don't know, whoever started gets their coach to be the general driving engine, the over-factor decision maker. But if you're playing in a league scenario, the offensive and defensive coordinator work with the same set of players. So their team is your team. You would do a league and it'd be like 2v2, and it could just throw everybody together, and hopefully you can all get in there, and one guy builds up his defense and he gets to train his defense. He gets to do everything he wants with his defense, his defensive coordinator. And offensive coordinator does the same thing. And then maybe they get to play like a front office type scenario where they get a vote. They get to hire together who the head coach is going to be. They get to decide which card or who's going to who's going to play the head coaching card. Because the head coaching card has some effect on the overall decisions, but he wouldn't be the one or determining all of the plays. He only picks all the plays if there is no game plan. He's basically the generic game plan, and it's like secondary decision making, and it's pretty basic. But he might have some effects. He's going to pick and lean. So you can almost just play with just a coach who's going to play with the generic game plan with his special leanings and whatever he has an effect on the game. But, yeah. Anyway, so that means I also have to define who's, offense, defense. That's the coordinator, right? So, but you have to link. Each game would have to gain which OC are we using, which DC are we using, because usually it's just the ones from the team. But you have to associate in a casual mode. It's going to build it from 2, because they won't be associated to the team necessarily. I think it'll be interesting. I'm liking it. I'm liking the idea. Um, we will go with, where's my columns? Table, insert column, right? And we're going to say now I have a lot of features and I need to start throwing a lot of them down here because some things are not even fully implemented yet. You know, how are we going to do? So this is things that we're definitely doing and what things we started to work on and what things are pending, like they haven't been accepted. They're being considered. I'll just call them pending. Pending's close enough. It's an easier word than being considered. I don't know what's going on, man. It's like I need to perk up my eyes. They just feel heavy. Not bothered as much. They're not hurting like the glare was killing me, but I don't know. Maybe if I drink some caffeine. What time is it? Sure, 12 o'clock-ish, kind of. Let's drink. Or maybe I just need to drink some. The water isn't doing it for me, though, whatever it is. We'll go with a lighter caffeine option. Let's see if that works. And then maybe I'll go with my heavy caffeine later. All right, back to it. So, I think I wrote that down. I got to put a lot more things on this list, but for now, I'll advance that later. And I do need to start working on my design documents. And I've heard AI is actually pretty good at helping with game design documents. But I have a lot of bits and pieces, and I got to go through all of my ideas and things I've had, lay them out, what I want to do. I don't know everything that's in a game design document, but I'll start writing that out soon because that's going to be... And do you make a game design document public? I mean, like, say you want people to know what you're up to, but you don't want to. You don't want to give up the what do you call it? You know, give away the milk when you're trying to sell the cow. You don't want to give away the milk when you're trying to sell the cow. So I don't know how much of that I want to make public or not. So as you may know, I'm a Superman fan, and you may know because I've mentioned it a lot of times, but you know I don't mention it all the time. So there's a new Superman comic book series that started in October. It's called Absolute Superman, and they change up his whole origin story. I mean, he's still from Krypton, but instead of his family being upper echelon science people, they're people who have those skills, but they're the lower class because they stood up against the upper class and they got in trouble and they got basically blackballed from the upper echelons. So they're all lower class citizens now. His parents were. And they're kind of telling that story in pieces, right? It's weird to be reading comics from the start because I'm used to reading graphic novels because I usually get into I hear about a particular story about some character that I like, and I'm like, ooh, that sounds like a cool story. But it's been out for 10 years, 5 years, whatever. It's been going on, or it even completed. So I'll go buy the graphic novels that tell the story in like 2 or 3 novels. You know, they're much thicker. They've got 10 comics in each one, and maybe more. And still, or you may have like 7 volumes, and I'm like, I don't know how long this Absolute Superman thing will. It may go on forever, but I got number 1. I've got number 2. They're alternate covers because I like alternate covers. I mean, I don't care about whatever collectability. It's not my thing, but it's more about just being able to read them, and it's cool to have them. So usually the original covers are the most popular, but the alternate covers are often the coolest. I don't know. They're I don't even know what the original cover of it was. My son got it for me for Christmas, and he got the 2 that came out before Christmas, and he got me 1 year subscription to the storyline. So I don't know how long it's going to go. Might be 1 year is all I need. Maybe it's 10 years. Who knows? I'll have to be buying it every year. But it's the only comic I've ever subscribed to in the history of forever. I've never subscribed to a comic. And I don't even know how it's going to go. I have a mailbox that's like this big, so I don't know. Are they going to... Will it fit in there? I hope they don't have to bend it up. I guess we'll see. And how do they deliver? Because I don't think they don't deliver them with a hard back, right? They just roll them up. I don't know. Because the sleeve and the backing isn't from shipping. That's from the comic book store putting them in with a sleeve and a back to keep them clean. But anyway, I read the first issue. I haven't read the second one. Back to task. All right, so I refactored game plans to use single component for rendering. That was big because I had actually started with 1 and it wasn't working, so I broke it up into 3 because I wanted to have sections. And then I thought, well, this is dumb. I could just call the same component 3 times for sections. Duh. so I stopped working on 3 and I did 1, and then I just called back to that 1. So that got a lot better. And then one of the things I still need to do is special teams is going to be a weird one. It doesn't have the same criteria. You know, the place you are on the field doesn't matter oftentimes. You just have certain things you can do. There's when do you go for 2, when do you not, that kind of thing. And it's up to you. You may be a guy who likes to push your luck whenever you're behind or whenever you're ahead. Or you just do it all the time because screw the extra point. So you just go for 2 all the time. I don't know. It's up to you. Right now, I'm going to do basic stuff with the game plans. I hope in time I can start implementing more robust stuff, like allowing you to create a game plan that literally covers every scenario without having to write every scenario out. Like you could say, something like, I don't know, preferred run type, or you could say 4th down preferred action. This is what you would normally do on all 1st downs, or all for 2nd downs, all 3rd downs, all 4th downs. Just do this, unless you make another selection that adds criteria, and then that criteria would say 4th down and 2 or less, do this. You know, the more parameters you stick into the game plan, the lower they are going to be on the selection field. No, the higher they'll be on the selections for that scenario. So in other words, the game plan will go, all right, well, down, look for all the situations that are the down. If this down does not have a scenario, it's going to take the defaults that you create. If it says, okay, well, we're at 4th and 2, check for 4th and 2. Is there anything that says 2 or less, or 3 and less, 4 and less, whatever? Just something where it falls in. If not, then it takes the default. So always, and the default is it just does whatever that particular basically it's creating a qualifying line. And I probably even I'm even thinking got an idea. Maybe that's what the coach brings in. And then when it loads, it'll say, this is what the coach does. And you can't change the coaches. They come in and this is the lock. And it won't let you create game plan things that cover, that duplicate. So you wouldn't be able to create new coach level things. Let's create a new page here. And so I'm, like I said, I'm very much in that stage of I keep writing new features, or it's not really features, but completing features, because as you develop them, you've got to have, you want to have it be complete. Oops. This one's going to be game plan. Coach. Let's see, head coach. Each head coach card. It would be, I thought about having like HC and OC, OC and DC cards, but the problem with that theory is, or that plan, is it starts to introduce or take away from the player's ability to edit things, right? So if the head coach maybe that's just what I need to do. I need to hash out head coach DC, OC and DC, because I don't want them to overlap. I want them to be able to coordinate with each other. Head coach card comes with tendency, his own preference for play types, effects, third, 4 slots of play selection. This will also affect I think it's coming together in my mind. It's starting to shape as I start to think how they can be unique. It's like the head coach has a general feel of how he's going to change things up, but the OC and DC could be cards that come in with their own tendencies that are more specific. Like they actually will call out run blitzes or pass blitzes or zone defense or whatever it is he's going to do. And you can go change a game plan or tweak it to be what you want, but it's always going to be those covering the variations. It doesn't guarantee that that's what's going to happen, but your team's going to tend to lean towards those because you can create your scenarios for what you want to do, but if it's not covered, then the OC or respectively the DC will affect the other plays, while the head coach will then inject his tendencies into the other options, creating a unique combo of game plans all the time, allowing you to have a significant effect on your game plans while also being able to bring in cards that will have a significant effect, also making it like, all right, this particular coach doesn't work with my strategy. I need to get a different coach in there, a different head coach. So you're basically a GM going, this is what I want to see. And you can push them in a direction, but unfortunately, you won't be able to completely make the coach do everything you want. You can only tell them, look, in these situations, I want these to be highly considered, is basically what you're saying. But the coach could go, yeah, that's not what we're going to do here, and go to pick something else. Play selections. What else will he have? He will have let's see. Let's go. Okay, so let's go ahead and put in let's go ahead and put in a page for. Oh, hang it. What did I just do? Thought I did something. This is going to be OC, which is offensive coordinator, and then we'll create another one. This will be DC, defensive coordinator. Basically, these guys are just going to have an effect on their given play. They have the default play considerations set to their, we'll call it defensive focus. They have the default play considerations set to their set to this. E just for one type or play type 1 equals medium pass. All right. And I think those are going to be the values you can't change. Yeah, I'm liking this. I like this because this makes you're building your game plans both with the coaches you have and with the, if you don't, yeah. This would be offensive focus. I don't know how to spell. I mean, I do, but I don't know what I'm working on. And not every coach is going to have the same thing. Some won't have things, but these are all like potentially optional items. And these are a lot of little functions and features that I haven't even implemented yet. So like you see that features list I have that I'm slowly going to be putting on there, and it's got like it's going to have whatever fits on my camera. Like it's going to be a lot. It's going to be huge. But I think some of them will just kind of come together as they are because they're chunks. You do this and that, and you just consider it when you build it, and then bam, it's there. But you've got to have those there, and then you have too many things on the list. It takes a while to implement. But really, the game plan is the heart of this with the simulation. Those are the only two things that matter: the game plan and the simulation. Everything else is eye candy, and I mean, I won't say they're the only things that matter, but they're the thing that's going to keep people coming back. Eye candy is great for me getting you to load it up, but you can look at something pretty for just so long. If it doesn't grab you and make you want to interact with it, make you want to watch and do and whatever, you will lose interest. Such is the way of what is beeping. Keep hearing my computer's beeping at me, and I don't see anything popping up. I don't see anything happening. I'm like, is it my stream? I mean, I don't know what's going on. Something weird's going on. Hey, you're hearing doo-doo. It's like, okay. Where's the doo-doo coming from? Anyway, so I keep adding new features and having all these different parts, but they're all going to be eventually part of this list. That's why I'm putting all this in. A lot of this is going to be game features. Can I make this I don't know. Can you go 2 levels deep on a subpage? No, I guess not. Oh, I can. Features, these are like components, cards, books, coach card. These are all the components of the game. These are the features of the game. What are they going to do? What are they going to have? What are those things going to have implemented? So it's kind of like the card is going to utilize the features. I mean, the pieces, the components are going to utilize the features or implement the features. So I might have a coach card that has the implementation of the head coach features. So I'm going to put in a new. Let's actually move this up here. We're going to call it promote. Nope, promote it again. We're going to call this feature containers. And then we're going to take this. We're going to make them into subpages of the features. All right. So that'll allow me to say, okay, that these are what we're going to have in there. Basically, there's going to be the pages, the places where you go on the app. I may even have. See, I'm trying to think. All right, so for me, layout is a thing, right? I'm really been thinking hard on how layout of the game is going to work. Now, the UI on the web is going to be totally different because I don't want it to be a web page is a web page. A web app is a web app. I mean, they function like you'd expect. But a game has to have a layout that's appealing. It's not about the menus. Yes, you have things you can select and do, But to me, a game with a lot of menus just looks, I don't know. I like games that either make the menus interactive. Say, for example, Legends of Runeterra. Okay. Legends of Runeterra, almost like the menu shouldn't look like menus. Like you don't even realize you're looking at a menu. You know, really, you go to a home page and it's got a bunch of list of things you can do, you know you're looking at a menu. But if you're looking at a home page and you've got objects all over the screen and you click one of them, you don't think of that as a menu. You just think of it as you're at camp or you're at the location, and then you're going to go to this place or that place, like you're traveling, like you're part of the UI. Yeah, it's just a fancy menu, but you want it to be more gamified, more like you're not looking at this weird just list of stuff. So maybe, I mean, at some point you got to have some kind of lists, but lists that are interactive and do stuff are more enjoyable to intake, right? You're going to be able to enjoy what they do. Like a carousel of cards that you go through to pick from is cooler than just a list of card names. You just list of card names. I want that one or that one. Carousel that you're going, oh, no, I want that card. So you have something. It's still just a menu or a list. It just looks better, and that's kind of what I want to shoot for. So I want my home page to look like, I don't know. I would think like your whole football facility. You got your stadium over here for playing games. You've got your training. What do you call it? Your training facilities over here. You got your fitness facilities over here. You got your medical facilities over here. Because like you might go to the medical facilities to deal with injuries or whatever. Have guys that are just sitting there. You can go to the medical facilities to see who's there recovering from injuries. That might be where your injured guys are hanging out, and maybe you can have. You can do things to help them out. Maybe you've got something that can bring them about. See, like I said, I don't want. I mean, you always think, oh, well, a person could pay to, but that's pay to win, right? Oh, well, my guys got back from injury quicker because I was able to hire a professional healer. No, that's not really what we want. So it's kind of like, I don't want money to decide if you can win or not. So if a guy's out for a certain amount of time, like maybe there could be some combined league rewards. It's like if somebody wants to pay to accelerate recovery, they accelerate everybody's recovery. It's like, if everybody's willing to pitch in $1, then everybody in the league can have higher acceleration, healing recovery for a week. Something small, something simple. But, if one person wants to pay for it, they're welcome to it. But it gets players back in action a little faster. Like it might reduce a week or, it's something. It's not going to be like, we don't want the game to allow for everybody to keep paying and just heal injuries go away. I mean, you got to be forced to deal with it for some amount of time. And I don't know. It's like trying to think of ways to create fair gameplay that's not going to totally. I don't want people pay to win. Pay to win is my absolute not available. It is where I draw the line. I do not want pay to win. So any feature that's pay has to be equal across the board for everybody you're playing against. In other words, if you've got X and somebody else has Y, if Y is better, then you're going to have Y. But I don't want to do that. I don't want it to be like, oh, this guy's team is better because he paid $20. Then maybe a casual game, the other person gets those things too. So it's not going to give you an advantage. It might just give you stuff you don't have normally. So true, if you buy it and you've had it for a while, you might know what to do with it. I don't know. It's just like I'd rather just be cosmetic stuff. Or see, I actually want heavy play to be rewarded almost as much as pay. Heavy play and heavy money are kind of side by side. Or even heavy play is not even against heavy money. Heavy play is just side by side with people who want to pay and not play that much. So, yeah, I want to reward the people who are playing a lot by giving them stuff that, because you want those people in. You want the streamers to feel like they're getting rewarded. You want the frequent gamers who are just playing hour and hour and hour. You want them to feel like they're getting something for their efforts. And so that should be rewards that could go towards buying things that would normally be might be paid for by that guy who only wants to play an hour a day. You know, I mean, he can pay and stay. Yeah, well, he could pay, since it's not going to be pay to play. So the people who play for hours and hours aren't going to be better teams because they've earned all this stuff, and the other teams haven't. But there is going to be pay elements. My thought is right now is to start just logging into the game. Everybody gets what they need to play the game. And then you can start earning cards. And the cards, those are the only things that are going to be really pay elements that have anything to do with winning. But you can earn cards just as well as you can buy them. So if you don't want to earn them, a la so many other card games out there, and you can earn pretty much every card, like Legends of Runeterra. You can earn all the cards. It's just going to take longer. Because, you know, you have to keep getting the wild cards, and you're not going to get as many feedback. You're not going to get a lot of the things that you would get if you just bought that stuff, and then you could go buy the cards you need, almost. You're not buying cards necessarily, but you're buying the stuff that accelerates your getting the cards. And that is kind of the thing I'm shooting for. Something where and the cards aren't really based on rarity so much as that there's just so many of them available that you can build a team. Well, I mean, you're going to get a team out the gate, but if you want to get like a full-on I don't know, competitive team. I don't even know if it's competitive as it works. I think the team you're going to get might just be plenty. You're going to get real players that have real stats based on them, so they're all NFL players. So whether or not they're great, and what's going to happen is I'm going to have rookie leagues and rookie games, which basically means people who haven't been playing as long, and they're not going to have. And what that means is the salary caps get cut down. So you may be playing against other people who've been playing a long time in a rookie league if they want to, but they'll have to build their team off of a lower salary cap. So they got to build a valid team for their salary cap. So I've actually been coming up with the whole process of how teams and leagues are going to work. And I want people to be able to build their league in a way that somebody who just comes into the game, after a while they get some cards and they start feeling pretty good about what they have, and they're busting out of the salary cap, and they're like, okay, I want to go play in the veteran league. Or maybe I want to go play in the All-Pro League, something. At that point, you've just got a lot of cards and you're ready to go play in the All-Pro League because you've got a lot. Or maybe you just think your game plan's awesome and you don't need all that and you can just go beat everybody. You can go play with whatever team you want. It's just going to say, the salary cap is higher. You may not even have cards enough to build a team that meets those higher salary caps at the start because you're not going to have all of the higher cost players. So they may have higher end salary caps and they're meeting them because they've got players to fill those things. Now doing a rookie league could still work. You could just start the game off at, rookie leagues, and eventually you start building enough cards. You can earn cards throughout playing in a league or even playing casual mode or anything. They all have ways to earn cards. Now you can just buy packs of cards and jump your way up to the All Pro League if you want to do that. But I want to have enough cards in the game to start. And I don't know if there's any real advantage of playing the All Pro League. It's just more challenging, right? You're going to be up against more well-known, more famous players because they're going to be the guys who have the big contracts. So let's actually write in some of those things. We're going to go new page. Leagues. So we're going to have Rookie League. Recap. Meant for lesser known players or lesser known players or new players with fewer card options. I might even have like training sessions, which you can play with the cards you have, and you just during those training sessions you can earn cards towards like maybe even some random choices cards. Like maybe you complete certain challenges that you can. I mean, the thing is with a simulation, it's tricky, right? You're not actually doing anything to learn. So it's like, it's going to be tricky to come up with training scenarios, short of coming up with a simulation that utilizes just your basic training modes. You know, just it's basically showing you what you can do, what you can expect off of what you have. And maybe you can get a feel for how certain types of things happen and adjusting. Maybe that it takes you through setting up a game plan, kind of something like that. And like I'm thinking, the basic stuff you get is always like a balanced. You know, you get a basic head coach, basic OC, basic DC. They come with very simplistic coaching features, if any at all. It's just like Joe defense and Tom offense. They don't have actual names, you know. They're just like the basicest of basic guys. And I haven't decided even if I want to try to. I would have to go through a league of an entire season of leagues. Of a league and come up with all of the player coaches, and I don't know what they, you know. It's like I haven't even decided how their skills would be intertwined. Ultimately, it's probably about how their defense did. I would probably build their skills up based on how their defense. What was their defense good at? Where do they rank in certain areas? Build up that offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator based on those skills or based on how that team did. And you don't want it to be so much like the guy who had the best defense. Because if somebody built their team with the best defense and happened to get the best defensive coordinator, that defense should be really good, right? Theoretically. But so then it becomes, is it pay to play if you already know who all the best players are? If you can get all the best players? I don't know if you can, though, because based on the way this game is designed, it'd be really difficult to build that team, because the idea is that you'd be struggling to build up your... like, say, for example, in the NFL, if somebody had the ultimate combo, right? Number one offense, number one defense. It's hard for that to happen because, again, they have the same problem, salary caps and everything else. You don't get to have all the best players. But some years, teams get really close. Top 5 defense, number one offense. Denver, I think, had it pretty close when they won the Super Bowl where they had the number 1 ranked defense and a top 10 offense. I think actually the year they lost the Super Bowl, no, their defense was terrible that year. I think they might have been like a 15 or something. But when they won the Super Bowl, they were number 1 in defense, and they had a really high-ranked offense, I think, still. But ultimately, if you get that combo, those players would... The fact that Denver broke so many records, they had huge stats, they were really good in 2013 offensively, it'd be hard to get that team built. Because you would basically have to give up a lot of backup positions. Your defense would be terrible because you'd be building that Super Bowl offense, and you'd probably be struggling to meet the salary cap with the rest of your team because you'd have a lot of expensive players hitting that salary cap very difficult. So yeah, it'd be hard to build an entire team that way out of the best players of a year. Simply because salary cap would prevent you. And you could try it, and then you'd just hope that you never get injuries or any problems, and maybe you'd get close. But even your backups tend to be expensive, right? It's not like you can just build a team. If you have to have 45 players in your team, you still have 45 players that got to split up $1 million checks. So you're guaranteed pretty close to, I don't know, what is the NFL minimum? It's got 100,000, 300,000, something like that. But anyway, you're close to $1 million a player at minimum. So if you got 45 players on your roster, that's 45 million. And if the salary cap is 100 million, again, it's not based on the real life NFL. I think it's like 257 million in the NFL. But ultimately, every player is going to have a salary that meets within the range of whatever the salary cap is, and you're going to have to build it off of those. And every player's salary is not built off a real life salary; it's built off of their stats and their skills and their abilities. So everybody's ranked in positionally. So if you've got a guy who was $7 million salary in 2015, that's based on his stats being X. If those same stats existed in 2025 player, they'd both be $7 million because it's based on their skills, not based on inflation or the salary or whatever. The game has X salary. These skills will determine what that salary is. And they could get the next year version that might be cheaper. You know, entering a league is going to require what I'm thinking of doing. I'm still trying to decide how leagues are going to start. Will there be a draft on the first year? I'm thinking probably not. What I'm thinking of doing, yeah. All right. So I think let's write some stuff down. I got to stick to this. Okay. So we've got rookie league, we've got veteran league, and at this point we'll just say all pro league. Now, will there be a fourth one or some other one in the middle? I don't know. But the idea is your higher salary cap for higher value players. And then we got all pro league is basically highest salary cap. Gotta put that with a T for any team construction. Not for any, for because you don't have to hit your salary cap. If you've got a great team you think can play an all pro and you manage to do it for 30% less than every other team's playing, hey, more power to you, man. Because players, things are going to get expensive. Okay, so if you play in a league, a rookie league, there's a salary cap, right? And that salary cap might go up a little bit each year, but it probably won't support your entire team the next year because every player that improves or every player's stats change as they move into their potential. And that potential will raise their salary. And then you have to decide who you're going to re-sign. Now, if you and then at the first, everybody signs on for like, I don't know. I'll have to come up with something. They'll sign on for a certain amount of years. And what that does is allows you to budget a little bit. And it just means that during that period of time, they're basically charging you in advance for what their salary's gonna be. And then you can just plan for being able to afford later, because you're basically paying them for this much time, but that means you're going to pay for that much improvement. You know, that might be... I'm getting a great idea. Now, I got to figure out how to, I got to implement it. God. I laugh because I'm only 2 months into the game development, and I'm building a beautiful game in my head. But I'm also like, there's a week and a month, and there's a 5, 10, 6 months, a year. It's like I start thinking, how is all this stuff going to add up? I mean, in development time, I don't feel... Honestly, I don't think anything I'm thinking in my head is going to be that hard to do. It's a lot of math behind the scenes. It's doable. I mean, a lot of complicated math and algorithms, but I don't think they're even that complicated algorithms. I think it's just going to be a lot of considerations and things that I have to figure out and map out. But it's still time. You know, you still got to program those logic in and put that in. And it's not even, a lot of that stuff isn't even going to be UI based. It's all going to be happening behind the scenes. So you don't even know it's happening. So if you sign a guy to a 5-year contract, you're paying for all 5 years of salary increases. So, but the advantage of that is you got this guy locked down. You don't have to worry about how it's going to affect your salary for 5 years, because you've got that money in there. You know what it is. But that also means you may not have as much room to get guys on your team now. So you got to start deciding how you want to sign and, how you want to utilize the players you have. And some players don't have that, and I haven't decided how I'm going to do with length of career. Because it's like, so, because at some point players have to meet their potential, but at other points they have to start missing their potential. So maybe it depends on their career. Maybe they have, if you put in a guy who's like a superstar potential, and that's the peak of his career, he starts having later. So if you get the next year version, do they get to have a peak in that? That's kind of tricky, huh? Yeah, I don't know if I can do that, because that would mean I'd have to have it'd be like, okay, so yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do that. There's got to be a point at which you can maybe peak and then degrade, but you have to kind of know. You'd have to really study their career stats, and then it's debatable which year is a better year. You have to almost calculate all the years of their career and up to the point which you put the player in, and it's like, I don't know if I like it. I don't know. I think that's too finicky. I don't want to do that. That seems like too much. Got to draw the line somewhere, man. There's only so much you can do. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I like the idea of stats, a character's value going up and down. But maybe it's just going to be age. Maybe I'll set up some kind of a scenario where a player's potential hits at a certain point, and certain positions maybe have different peak points, and so it's going to be different for every position or every player type. I don't know, but they got to have a peak point. Maybe some guys retire earlier. You may have a guy who retires after 5 years of play or 3 years of play. His potential gets hit right away, and then he degrades, or he stays. Maybe he plays up to his potential and then quits, a la Barry Sanders, who just quit when he was at the peak of his game. You're like, what? But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have injuries that are career-ending in my league, though. Everybody can come back. Some guys might be out for a season if you're playing a career league, and if you're playing a league where you don't have careers, you're not playing a career league. Even then, you may only get a certain amount of games. I haven't decided. Hey, Nintendo, how you doing? Glad to see me streaming, huh? Me, I'm always streaming. I actually streamed even through Christmas and Christmas Eve. Granted, I only did an hour or 40 minutes here and there. See, wait, mate, did I stream Christmas Eve? Yeah, I think I did. It was nighttime, I think, when I streamed. And then Christmas, I did at night again. I did, but I didn't stream my game. This game. I got a new game on Christmas, which I'll probably be playing again tonight. It's a Switch game. So it's called Unicorn Overlord. And I started playing it. It's kind of cool. I like it. It's a little bit of a tactical strategy game. Different from the ones I was thinking. I was like, well, once I started getting into it, I realized, oh, this is tactical in the way that you build up your units and then set them up for fighting. So it's a different kind of approach to how you tactical. So you can have multiple units moving around on the map. So you're strategizing how you might attack a map. And then when the battle starts, those individual pieces are auto battles. So they go in and they just kind of fight it out. And then it may only be, I'm guessing, up to 6 people. I don't even know if it goes up to 6. So far, I've only seen it up to 3 on each unit. But you might have 10 units. And I know you can do at least 4 because I saw that the next thing had a 4. So as you get more and more renown or whatever, you can have more people in a unit. But so you're getting all these guys to join you, and you're eventually going to have these armies of units moving around where you can have up to 6 guys because there's only 6 squares on each unit. Maybe up to 6 guys on a unit, and they're moving around the map, and they're fighting with stuff in different places. So I have a feeling this is going to be pretty cool. I like these kind of games, the tactical, strategic stuff, and you're building that up. So I'll be playing that some tonight. I don't know what time. That's my late night Friday. So I know it's 3 hours later for you, so I don't know if I'm going to a movie with my wife later, and then I don't know when I'll be on, but I'll be playing again tomorrow probably, so maybe I'll see you tomorrow. But it's on my other channel, obviously. So all I've been talking about here, working on 2 things. One is I've been doing a little game plan and kind of mapping out how I want certain features to work. That's kind of why I have my OneNote up in front of me. Can you see that? It looks on here like it's really just blurry mess. Is that even visible? It looks like it's not good. Or is that my lousy? Oh yeah, that is a really blurry mess. It's got to be that bad. Is that really that bad? Oh, that's really bad. Is there a way to make that not look so bad? I mean, it's got to be readable, right? There we go. Well, it's bigger. Let's push that to the back a little bit. Whoa. Nope, that's too far. There you go. Okay, so I don't know. I guess that's better. It's not great. Can I make that I don't know if I can change its resolution any though. Oh, that just changes the monitor it's on. Well, it's crystal clear to me. If that matters. Hopefully it's not as bad. Maybe if I make it bigger, would that make it less less ugly? Yeah, there you go. It's a little bigger. Huh. All right. Well, now I know. Got to make it big enough so that it doesn't look crappy on the screen. So anyway, yeah, I was trying to decide. I'm kind of mapping out some of my designs, and I got to put stuff down eventually. And I've also been coming up with ideas that are like telling me, watch yourself, Ken. Eventually, this is called feature creep. Right now, I don't call any of it feature creep because I haven't designed anything. Feature creep has a lot of problems. All right, one is it can often make you recode. You have to go, oh, well, I want this piece in here, so I got to rewrite stuff. Right now, I don't have to recode anything. If I design and comprehend everything, what I could do is leave slots for stuff. I'm like, okay, this is not able to go in right now, but if I leave this infrastructure in place, I'll be able to do that later. And that's kind of what you're doing. A lot of times when you build in, if you have 1,000 features, but you know you only need 300 to get it to production and start doing stuff with it, those other 700 features can be implemented in time if you build your structure to allow for them. You don't want to have to be rewriting code all the time. You just got to kind of leave those modules, capsule spots open to go, oh, well, let's go ahead and do this piece, and now we can just call it in and plug it in right here. You know, basically, it's like building your house with enough outlets to attach all your technology. If you're planning a super hi-fi, highly sophisticated, automated home, but really you just want to sell the home first, you want to get people to buy it, or you want to get it built so it's livable and you can start modeling it for people, you want to make sure you build enough power source, enough electronic hookups so that all this stuff can happen. Hey, we're going to sell this house. It's going to have all this stuff. But you don't want to just like throw it up and then they're like, oh, well, we can't actually put any of that stuff we said we were going to do because we didn't build enough, power source or outlets to do that stuff. So that's basically what I want to do. I want to make sure that the system can support everything I want to do. So whenever I do finally get to those items, I don't have to rewrite the code that's made up of it. And everything's got to be componentized. So I can, like, if I do have to rewrite something, it's just the component that's going to hold it. Make everything modular so that we're not rewriting code and features can come faster and with less problems. So the All Pro League is going to be highest salary cap. Just the ideas I'm doing for let's see, we're going to have a game equivalents for non-league will be the same thing, would probably be something like casual, experienced, and expert. Rookie, veteran, all pro leagues are the same basic premise, but the idea is, should I even change the name? Maybe I should just have those be rookie, veteran, and all pro as well, just so that people know what they're getting into when they do, like, we'll do a rookie, casual, No salary cap. Veteran. Higher salary cap. And all pro. Highest available cap. You know, it'll be interesting. For me, it'll be interesting to see how custom game plans will play against. I mean, ultimately, you'd hope that custom game plans are more successful than the dummy game plans, the default game plans. But because they're going to do things and take risks and take chances and be more organized, whereas the default game plans are just going to be, I do X, I do Y, I do Z. That's it. There's no other thing, and it just randomly grabs plays and just throws things out. Ultimately, you'd hope that a well-formatted custom game plan is going to be more successful. That would be the dream, right? I mean, it's like if you feel like your custom game plan isn't doing anything, it's going to be unmotivating to keep playing. But I don't see how it couldn't. I feel like a default game plan is going to make a lot of poor choices. For one, it'll never go for it on fourth down. It won't consider the length of distance on the field to do certain actions. So it's just going to run its plays. Nothing too smart. Now, I want to build there's going to be various versions of the default game plan. Basically, if you play an AI game in a veteran league, I'm hoping to build a custom game plan or default game plan that's going to consider some of that stuff. And now you're going up against a better, smarter game plan versus like a casual game plan, which may not doesn't care about any of that stuff and just going to play you. And then you might go up against a veteran game plan where it has some of the basic considerations. Okay, well, if you're behind, you go for it every now and then. You do occasionally do the basic 2-point conversion attempts, the rule of X, because there is a sheet or a score rule of X, it says this is when you go for 2. Now, I don't think anybody has to follow that, and maybe sometimes you're up for it, maybe you're not. Some coaches are more cautious, some are more aggressive. They don't always follow the rule of X. I forgot what the page is out there, but you can find it online. This is when you go for 2. And just mathematically why you would go for 2. It's not whether or not you're capable of going for 2, whether or not your team's, trained for it. None of that stuff matters. What it comes down to is this is the score and you should go for 2 here. And it's always about getting the 2, right? So if you score a touchdown and you're down by if you score a touchdown and you're down by 3, no, if you score a touchdown and you're down by 2, then you go for 2 points, right? But it doesn't really consider where you're at if you don't go for it. Because you're only down by 1. If you don't go for it, you're still down by 2. That's not so bad. A field goal works. But it's not considering the loss situation. It's considering the gain situation. If you're down by 2, you go for 2. If you get 2, you're tied. It doesn't ever consider that if you're down by 1, you go for 2, you're ahead, which there probably is a situation that says, well, if you're down by 1 and maybe the other team has scored a bunch of points. I mean, who knows what your logic might be. Maybe you guys have been going back and forth like crazy and there's a minute left in the game and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to get the ball back because my defense is so bad they're going to drive down. So I'm going for 2 now because I don't want this to go on. I'm hoping we can, run the clock out and win the game. And there's also times when you can be up by 3 and you're like, But if I go for 2, I can put them at touchdown. They have to score a touchdown, which is way better. But also, if I only end up with a 2-point lead, I can lose to a field goal. So, again, you got to make those decisions. So you can either force them to need a touchdown or only need a field goal to win instead of tie. So those are all risks and stuff that each player has to decide on their own. I don't think the sheet of all-knowing 2-point conversion rules applies. I think in general, in a scenario where you could either put them at touchdown arm's length, or be at a 2-point lead, I think generally the rule would say you just take the 1. You're better off at the risk of a tie than having the lead of a touchdown. I don't know. I haven't looked, but I don't know if that sheet goes into the more advanced scenarios for 2-point conversions. But that's up to you, man. In my game, set your game plan however you want. I don't think my what I could end up doing a AI level. There's what do you call it? All Pro and maybe another advanced league I'll create later called World Champions, or I don't know, some kind of all-time greats or something like that, so that I build up the best game plan I can as the default, and then have it go up against other people's teams. And then also you have to have a solid team, and I would say that wouldn't better very much from the all pro leagues, except these people think they're great. They built the ultimate game plan, and they're up for a challenge of playing against other people who have also built up great game plans, or at least think they have. And having a league or a casual games that let you get to that level, But that's easy enough. Adding an extra level of league, it's not that hard. And it's not always about increasing the salary cap. I don't know. I mean, having more players or better players in depth. The salary cap for a game is going to be smaller than a salary cap for a league. Because a league, you need to have a bunch of backup players. For a game, you don't have to have as many backup players, but it'd probably be a good idea if somebody gets hurt. You gotta be able to field a team. So you gotta consider that, but it's not a requirement. You could build a team and just hope nobody gets hurt. Or you're playing with the game. Maybe the game allows for. I should probably put that in. Game salary caps are lower since injuries are less likely over the course of a single game. Games allow for teams to play with less than 7 players, but only in the case of injury. Now, that'd be pretty funny though, like your quarterback gets hurt. I can you even play without a quarterback? Yes, you can. I think if key position, i.e. QB, has no backup, you can sub any, or rather, AI will auto sub a player with Auto sub a player with defaults or skills that match. Because every skill for every player has a default. You can put a lineman in at quarterback. You could put whoever you want in at quarterback. Generally, it's an offensive player, but it'll stick someone in there at the position. And then you just play with less at the other positions. If you only have 11 guys, you decide you want to play an entire team with 11 guys and you just pray for no injuries, your call. But if somebody gets hurt, maybe I even tweak up the injury rate slightly just to make sure people are aware that injuries are possible and they can't just come in with a bunch of ringers, the highest possible salary cap, and then start. I don't know. I think it's a punishment, but if you raise that injury rate just a little bit and people get guys hurt during those games, it just meant to encourage playing with a team of guys that are a little bit more, you got some backups. You're thinking it through a little bit. Anyway, that's my thought. Teams have higher injury rates to encourage users to build teams with backups. I guess I could have rules that say you have to build a team with at least one backup at each position. Or team construction requires at least one backup per position. Because that would mean you have to have at least 44 players, right? 44 players per team. So all you have one backup. So if you have, technically a linebacker is a linebacker. But so you could probably get away with less. I don't know. I'll have to decide what that's going to look like. But at least one backup per position. So you have somebody to come in the event of an injury. You'd hope if you get 3 or 4 like linebacker injuries, well, you're doodly out of luck. But you could just go with playing the worst possible guy at each one for a backup and just hope you never have to use him. Still, there's always ways to build your team, right? You spend all your money on your starters and you have crappy backups. Well, whose fault is that? I wonder if I'm just throwing down stuff right now. Trying to decide how I want to do trying to decide how I want to do like the beginnings. The beginnings. How many cards do we give people to start? You know, so that they can earn their way up to doing more, getting more. Because there is the premise of, first of all, I already know they're going to start pretty low, but it's like, do I give them 22 cards to start? And which cards? I mean, do I give them random cards? Do I give random cards from the league that are from a season, and everybody just gets something that meets up within a certain salary cap range? And then I got to decide who's that, because I got to build up. I still have to decide how they're. I'm going through a lot of things in my head right now. How do I get, what is the best way to do X, Y, and Z? And multi-year contracts will be based on an average of current potential to the approximate reached potential at the end of the contract. I mean, typically teams don't give you more. I wonder if, oh, it'd be cool. I may even implement like, oh man, I want to do it. I want to do. Like I said, this is going to be the ultimate football game. It's going to have everything. This is going to have stuff that no football game. I don't know. It's going to have things that no football game has ever put in, but it's may not have them all to start. Some of them are just going to be on the drawing board of how to implement, and I think all of it can be done. I'm confident all of it can be done. It's all just behind the scenes math in a lot of cases. We're not talking about a game that's gonna. I'm not trying to do super complicated UI, which super complicated UI is a whole nother ball of wax. The biggest complication might be just laying out how you're going to be able to do certain things. But some cases you may not even really know. Like, for example, I think I want to do play incentives for contracts. In other words, you might pay a little bit more for certain things that happen during a season, which might allow you to get around certain salary values. But if you know a guy's potential and what he can do, maybe it's more, but ultimately you might end up paying more to that player if they hit those salaries, hit those bonuses. Might be interesting, but there's all kinds of considerations when you do stuff like that, right? It's like, well, yeah, but what if you're one of those jerk coaches that goes, oh, he's about to hit this $10 million bonus. That's not going to play him anymore. You know, but the only problem with that is if you're about to make the playoffs, taking a guy out who's hitting those things might be, you know. Might be detrimental to your playoff road, right? purposely take a guy out to keep him from hitting his incentives. I'm curious, how do let's close this for a minute. Oops. How do I edit? No, that's not what I was gonna say. How do I edit my draft list on ESPN? And it's not even how do I edit my draft list on EAPN? Do a lot of people misspell ESPN? Because that's not even what I wrote. All I did is and that's like and I said how do because it's how do incentives in NFL contracts affect salary cap. For salary cap purposes, a likely to be earned incentive will be accounted for on the cap right all season long, meaning the $1 million Watt gets for 4+ sacks would be reflected in his 2021 cap. First, when determining likely, okay, contract. If Watt gets a certain number of sacks, he will earn additional compensation. The most common incentives are statistical ones like Watts. If a player makes a Pro Bowl, if the team makes the playoffs, etc. First, what determines likely to be earned versus not likely to be earned? Answer whatever happened the season prior. For example, Watt had 5 sacks in 2020. If the sack incentive for 2021 was Watt will earn $1 million if he has 4 or more sacks, then this would be considered likely to be earned. If it said Watt will earn $1 million if he has 6 sacks or more, then this would be considered not likely to be earned. Oh, interesting. The likely to be earned versus not likely to be earned distinction, incredibly important this offseason in particular, and here's why. For salary cap purposes, a likely to be earned incentive will account for on the cap right all season long, meaning $1 million for Watt getting 4+ sacks would be reflected in 21 cap hit. If the incentive is not likely to be earned, the money will not be reflected in his 21 cap hit. Instead, there is an annual adjustment at the end of each season that takes into account a team's incentives and adjusts for their cap for 2022. This offseason, expect a whole lot of not likely to be earned incentives. Why? Because the player can still earn this cash, but the team won't have to account for that cap hit until 2022. There are other components to a contract, but this covers the most important ones. Beyond creating new contracts, there are also ways how to restructure. A team that you may have already seen a bunch this season. Thinking of all kinds of stuff, and I want to put it all in. Ken, you are starting to get into feature creep because there's at some point you're going to say, yeah, I can't do that. At some point, I don't know. I think it'll be cool to have some of this stuff. I think ultimately some of this stuff may come in later iterations, but it's probably not going to be in the opening because you got to really consider that I can and So I think that would be really cool because the logic would take from their potential and go, okay, well, based on the fact that at their max potential, they had 13 sacks that year. That's the year that they played it. So you might be able to do something like an incentive-based contract where you pay them maybe a little more for hitting certain values that got them onto this thing if they hit that during your play, during your league. You know, it's like, okay, if you hit 10 sacks during the year, 10 is a lot. You ask any player to sign a contract with incentives. Some players may not, and you could actually, they may not want to take a bunch of incentives. They want to get paid. And you try to set those bars too high, and they're going to be like, no, thank you. Yes, they did it in their potential, but you may actually, you know, players may balk at your options. Oh, we'll give you all this money, which is probably more than they would have made anyway, but they have to risk, you know, injury, not getting the playing time, not being able to hit those numbers for whatever reason. Maybe you go up against all the toughest teams in the league and you just can't get past their offensive lines. I don't know, but that's a lot of risk for a player to take on a bunch of incentives. Yes, it's nice to get the bigger checks, but it's not always a sure thing for them accomplishing each of those things. So there's a level of risk for the player. So whenever you see me write down on whoops, I'm not even showing you what I'm doing. If you ever see me writing out features or things that I want to put in, and you see me put 3 question marks, that means research this. Think about this. When it comes time to actually program this, is this feasible? Is this a thing we can implement? How would this look? Like it may not be fully hashed out, but I like the idea of having holdouts. you ask a player to accept, and maybe they say no, because this. How about players with base contracts, lower base contracts? Heavily made up of incentives. Lower than their calculated
over here.
Yeah. Well, not over here, but over by my stuff that you probably just didn't see. What are you doing?
Putting up a painting. Or, I don't know. That is solid.
So this one, you put it up on the wall like this. Well, usually this, see these lights so easy, you put it down and then it'll tell you right where the end of the stud is. Just move it along and there it is, there's your stud. You just need to turn on, you need to get to turn on.
Do you know where the other one's at?
Well, the thing is, my other one, Casey took it and never
Oh.
gave it back. And then I thought, well, let's get it.
Guess I'll see.
So like if you want to, if you do it, you can have the pencil and just mark
Yeah.
batteries are starting to die. So they don't hold that charge very well.
Yeah, we do batteries.
But I did get some new chargeables. I think are upstairs. All right, sorry about that. A little bit of a detour. Okay, I think we've got enough design ideas going through my head. Let's go ahead and close this up and get back to trying to get done what I need to get done, which is to finish running an attempt at getting a Docker environment up and running. So began work on deployment, production deployment environment, and then we'll I think that's it. Wait, does UL have to enclose the ally? Oh, it might. You might have to enclose the ally. Oh no, it worked. Okay, I guess it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, we're good. So these are some of the things I did on 2020 for 12/27 up through today. But I got to do more. Now, eventually, this little list of things that's going on this page is going to be just the things I do to production. So I kind of encapsulate what I did going to production. So when I deploy something, but I'm trying to work on that now. So that's kind of began work on production deployment environment. I wish this, why do these things, oops. And then it's kind of weird when you do that, because then I shrink this and the whole thing shrinks. But it's not a good way to... And I wish I could make that so it was more readable. How is that? How can I make... Is it because of the resolution of that thing? Or why is it so... I mean, small is fine. It should be readable. Is it readable? I mean, I don't know. I think to me it looks really unreadable. And maybe it's because I have mixed resolutions. Like I have my main screen is at this resolution and these other screens that I'm using are not. But I don't know how to... let's see how it looks on the actual stream. Can you not size a stream? I thought you could... I know, I feel like I've sized it before. Well, maybe it's just you can't do it on Nintendo. Nintendo. on YouTube. I don't know if you can if this is viewable. I hope it's viewable, but on my phone I can't tell. It looks like it might be readable. It's just really tiny. I mean, my phone is like it's super tiny, but I can't zoom on here. So if there's a way to zoom on your phone, I have no idea what it is, but ultimately, hopefully on YouTube, it's not as blurry as it is on my OBS. OBS, it just looks like a mess, unless it's big enough, so I don't know. go to the let's go to the game situation, run a game. Let's see if everything's still functioning over there. I think it does. I think I just ran it the other day. I mean, I don't see how it would break, right? Because I haven't done anything to that part of the game. Gotta run a game while I work on other stuff, right? At least until the game. Dang it! Keep grabbing the wrong part. Okay, so yeah, we'll leave that. We'll leave that to run for now. Let's go ahead. Denver plays tomorrow, as a matter of fact. They got to play the Bengals. We all are rooting for them, right? Everybody who's watching this stream is rooting for Denver to beat the Bengals tomorrow. So says me. So, look, it's kind of weird. This is one of the things that throws me off. So I just ran this. Oh, now my clock is starting. Why was it not running? And how? Oh, I was going to say, why are we on the opponent 0? Because we're on the opponent 0. Denver just kicked a field goal. I mean, it's not like the score doesn't do anything at that point. See, we're 2nd and 10. Oh, it's incomplete. Never mind. Clock doesn't tick on an incomplete pass, so we're fine. The thing is, on an incomplete, I think when the clock doesn't tick, though, a lot of incomplete passes. Punt returner is a punt. And then when do we have a run? Handoff for a short run. But see, the clock didn't tick. See, I have some issues with my game clock. It's like sometimes it runs, sometimes it doesn't. There's definitely some issues. And plus the play clock is supposed to run even when there are incompletions. The clock doesn't tick. But again, this is just, I'm not even worried about that right now. That's POC stuff. That's not even going to be, the way that stuff is implemented, probably not even going to function the same way. The React one might be done that way. But there's a lot of stuff that I got to do with the clock that's going to be totally not like that. The clock may be one of the few things, and these lines that move up and down the field are probably going to be one of the few things that stay in place. That's why I've been trying to build the UI to do some stuff, because I know the UI is going to utilize. It's how the plays are generated that's going to be designed totally different. And then, of course, I don't want to spend too much time here because this is... I'm starting it over because I want to see if the clock resets correctly. See, now it's like ticking correctly. It's like first time load doesn't quite set up correctly, but when I do it a second time, it seems to take off, and everything's clicking down like it's supposed to. Interesting. All right, so let's go to Docker here, or not Docker, but VS Code, and where am I? Let's see, I think I opened the wrong one. The one I want is this one. There we go. And then, why does this thing keep trying to make me do Java? Stop it. I don't want to do this right now. Stop making me download your stuff. I don't want that. A Git repository was found in the parent folders of the workspace or the open files. Would you like to open the repository? Yes. No. Huh. Hmm. Use the Git. All right, so I restructured my folders a little bit to allow for Docker to be at the parent, and that's why this is doing this. So I'm trying to decide how I want to Ugh. If I open the button in the parent, I'm going to end up with the same parent structure, and I don't. Do I want that? Oh no. I'm trying to decide if I want my football simulator folder structure to be in GitHub, because the apps are different. I want to be able to download just this project and work with it separate and have two different pieces where I have my back end and my front end as different parts rather than one project. Because otherwise I end up building them both into the same project. And is it better that way, that I deploy the entire project? Is the entire project... I guess I could be the entire project in one folder, and then your branches just deal with the individual pieces. Like you have a branch for working on the microservices, or a branch to work on the front end. Fine. Huh. And I don't even know. Are you supposed to check in Docker parts? See, I don't even know. Is that like you are? All right, I gotta find out because I don't even know if I'm supposed to exclude those or avoid those. Should Docker files, Docker dash compose files be checked in to source control? Will there be any issues by checking in? I'm not sure because you're deploying, right? So you'd be deploying Docker files both to your different environments, unless GitHub's smart enough to not do anything with them. Yes, Docker command files should generally be checked into source control. Oh, okay. Safe to include. They contain infrastructure as code definitions that should be versioned. They're text files that don't contain any sensitivity. They help other developers replicate the environment setup. They document. All right. I just want to make sure it wasn't. My concern wasn't that. I mean, I understand the benefits of any file you check in, but I just want to make sure there's not like some functional reason why you wouldn't do that, you know. And then it tells you how to avoid problems.
Dad, I need assistance.
Okay. Hold on, I got to go help my daughter with something. I'll be back momentarily. No, it's not. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're hallucinating. Just don't hit the back button. Don't go backwards in time. Just accept it that you were hallucinating, that your ears were plugged, and now they popped, and now they're clear, and you're good. Just, yeah. Now, dang nabbit, I got to write a note to go delete that part of this stream. So I mute it a lot of times when I walk away from the computer, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is, I don't know who's walking in and out of here when I'm not down here, because they don't know I'm down here, so they're just walking in and out, and you know, just random stuff, and who knows what they say or do or whatever when there's well, hopefully nothing, they're not doing nothing, because the camera's still on. But I usually have what I should have, I have to set up again, is be right back, a be right back screen, which would be better, because then, you know, the mic would just go off. You know, just the stuff would be there, and I would just click that instead, and probably be a lot faster too. But right now, I turn off that just in case. You know, if I'm talking to somebody, a phone rings, or somebody needs something, you don't have to hear that unrelated conversation. So that's why I usually do that. But obviously, I don't always remember to turn it back on. And if I had a be right back screen, it would pop up. I'd see that, you know, it'd be right there, be right back. Because I can't hear me talking. I mean, I hear me talking, but I don't hear it coming out of a mic, so I don't know if it's working or not. And so unless I look down and go, the mic's not moving, then I'm like, oh no. Or it's the little red sign says it's muted. So anyway, that's 10 minutes at least, 15, 20 minutes I was talking before you came along and reminded me. All right, let's back to it. Here it is. I'm trying to decide if I want to move away from Azure and just use ClickUp. I have both. I'm using both, but I probably don't need both. Yeah, I'm leaning towards 20. Like I said, I'll probably have to, if I remember, I'll put a note for myself to go trim this one down. Again, not all of my streams. What I really need to do is go to my streams and mark down which ones actually have anything useful. Not all of them are all that. It's kind of like they're just daily work logs. Things I'm working on, things that are going on. How much of it is going to be long-term usable? It's probably very minimal in some cases. You're really just tracking how things are progressing. So I don't know. To some extent, I could probably delete every third stream because nobody's going to want to watch half of them. All right, highly flexible and customizable for diverse workflows. Overwhelming feature set can be daunting for newcomers. Does not natively offer advanced CI/CD or source control. Oh, really? So can I not do CI/CD in the free version of Azure? Oh, that's ClickUp. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, okay, so boo, never mind. Ignore me. Some advanced features may require additional setup. Software development ideal for teams focused on developing, testing, and agile framework support for Scrum. Yeah, you've been quite one of my regulars, man. It's funny though. I go through a lot of regulars. I've had a couple. I had one guy who actually, by the way, he used to go by 2-day leftovers. He changed his name, and I can't remember what his current name is. But he's from Chicago, so he's kind of over in your direction. I know you're further east, but he joined me back when I had less than 5 people following me on my very first stream. He might have even been my first subscriber, one of my first 5 subscribers. And that was on Twitch. I didn't even have a YouTube channel at all then. And so my Twitch channel's kind of leading the way right now because, for one, I've got 3 YouTube channels. I've only got 1 Twitch channel, so that's a thing. Actually, I have 2 Twitch channels. Never mind. I don't use my striving to be Superman as often because it's a workout channel, and I don't stream my workouts very often anymore. Just because they haven't changed enough, and I'm not sure what content to put on there, so it's been kind of iffy. But so mostly my Active Mind Gamer is my biggest one on both channels, YouTube and Twitch. And my YouTube one was catching up until I split this off. So now Twitch is getting more followers because of this and my gaming. And now I'm splitting off my followers on this and my gaming on YouTube. So they're going up slower. And obviously I've got 4 on this channel. It's hard to build a new channel, and that's why I didn't do it. And the only reason I did it is because I was thinking, well, if I'm going to get funding through other sources, I don't want people who are helping me out and watching me do this to be seeing the clutter of all my other stuff. And my other stuff is not work related or not game development related. So I didn't want to necessarily, to me, that also clutters up the other channel. So they need to be kind of separate. This doesn't really tell me what I want. You have a gift for me? You have a gift for me? Ooh, what could that be? Oh, by the way, I'm thinking about, at least for now, at least for this run, pulling down my Indiegogo because it's 0. I'm not gonna reach my goal. But I might just focus on the Patreon and then try to start up another one. Maybe I'll try Kickstarter or something and see how that goes. I'll probably keep trying to get them going until one of them starts to make some money. And like I said, I'm going to keep doing new campaigns every month until I either get a job or I don't need to anymore. But it's going to take some time. I haven't decided how I want to do those. Don't what? Don't do one every month? I'm only running it for a month. But I don't know. It's like, oh, well, all right. That's fine. You may be the only one, though. You'll be a lonely contributor. But I appreciate it. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. All right, cool. I don't have a problem leaving it up. It is set up as a flexible, which means whatever goes in contributes. And I appreciate that, man. Maybe getting one will trigger someone else to go, oh, someone else backed it. That does work, by the way. Maybe not at this stage of the game, but at the beginning, if you come out the gate with a few people right out the gate that contribute during those first day, a lot of times you get like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 more, simply because other people don't want to be the first people. Now, I don't know how it works in the middle of a campaign, but again, I'm going to do it every month. So, and they may not all be Indiegogo. Some might be Kickstarter. I might go back and forth between the two and just kind of see. And then each one I'll show my progress for since I started so that each one sees that the game is moving along. Anyway, I don't know if I'm ready to make this decision. I mean, I guess I don't have to worry about it yet. So let's go back. All right, so really what it comes down to is at a point I got to start checking stuff off. And that's what I'm all right, so go to your GitHub repository, navigate settings. All right, so my GitHub repository is right here. Navigate settings. Action runners. Oh yeah, I did this once through my Azure training. Actions, runners. All right. Click Add Runner. Where's Add Runner? New self-hosted runner. I guess that's the Add Runner. Download the runner package. Adding a self-hosted. Downloading and configuring the GitHub Action Runner. You agree to blah, 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 blah. We're going with Windows. x64. Download. All right. We recommend configuring the runner under Actions Runner. This will help avoid issues related to service identity, folder permissions, and long path restrictions on Windows. Create a folder under the drive root. Make dir action runner. Oh, we're doing this through Bash, huh? Or PowerShell. All right, let's go here. And command prompt. And we're gonna go cd space dot. We'll make dir actions dash runner cd actions dash runner. Oh, apparently you can't do both. Here I was trying to be all creative. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, what? A subdirectory or file actions runner already exists. Really? So it did that, but didn't want to do that? cd actions dash runner. Huh. Okay. It's like it ran the first part and then broke on the second part. I don't know, it's kind of weird. And by the way, sir, you will be my I'm going to be creating a, what do you call it? A acknowledgements page on my stream. You will be the first acknowledged on my stream. So maybe start off with a gigantic font, and as I get more and more and more, there'll be smaller and smaller and smaller fonts because they don't fit. So the first one will just be the whole page, and then the second one will be 2 with a little bit less page, and then a little bit less, and eventually it'll just be a list. I say that assuming there'll be enough to have a list, but in time. What? Well, what? Maybe that's why I don't have anybody. What are you talking about? What? All right, let's go look. I don't know. It should be. I didn't know there was anything wrong. It says it's running. What's it not letting you do? Okay. Now I'm wondering what the heck, man. Indy. Go. Now we're gonna go. All right. Here. Here. Campaigns I'm following. Hey, look, I'm following my campaign. That's unusual. All right. Does it give you an error? Pick your perk. Get this perk. Proceed to checkout. Maybe you have to set up an account. Yeah, you might have to set up an account. Maybe you have to have an Indiegogo account. I don't know. Because it looks like, does it look, do you get to something like this? Crowdfunding is not shopping. Your contribution is a way to support an entrepreneur, but does not guarantee that you'll receive the perk. Any refunds after January 17th are the... Yeah, see, I have an account. It may be requiring you to have an account on Indiegogo in order to do it. And that's probably what's going on. Should I back myself? Oh wow, look at that. They give you an option to do a campaign, help Indiegogo. Oh really? All right, let me take this off the page. You can pay $5 to help Indiegogo. Like if you do $1 to help me, you can give $5 to Indiegogo, and then Indiegogo will take 5% or 2% of what I get. So they're going to get like $5.05, and I'll get 95 cents or whatever their thing is. It's like 3, 5, 10. Help Indiegogo. Wow. It's like, don't they know that Indiegogo's already charging the person that you're giving money to? I think that's kind of funny. It's like, wow, okay then. Yeah, while we're at it, we'll just see if we can get them to give us a little bit more. I didn't know they did that. I had never actually backed anything on Indiegogo, so I'm taking this off the screen so you can't... So when I put in my credit card information, it doesn't show up on the screen. You know, basic internet security situation. All right, let's see what this says. Dude, I can do that. They have some weird payment options: Amazon Pay and Cash Pay. So I agreed. I'm gonna back myself. Just to see what it does. I'm not giving any Indiegogo. How about 0? I don't need to give. I'm not going to back myself and give money to Indiegogo. Look at Discord. And then I don't see. So once you set this up, it just... Oh, that's an error? Please enter all required information. Well, what the heck is the required information? That's a good question, Indiegogo. Hey, let's ask. Let's see if ChatGPT knows the answer to this question. I wonder. ChatGPT.com. I don't think ChatGPT is going to know the answer to this one. I'll have to go to Indiegogo and actually ask them. No, ChatGPT is not going to know the answer to that. Let's go to Indiegogo. Indiegogo. Let's see. Can I don't even know how to do this. I've never used. This is the first time I ever used Indiegogo. Yeah, I don't see anything missing. I mean, it looks perfectly good to me. The only thing I see is that you chose an Indiegogo tip that's less than the $3. And it would be stupid, I'm telling you, stupid, if in fact that was the reason. But I don't see anything on your page that looks broken. I mean, you've got everything selected. You've got everything entered that I can tell. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Is there a contact us down here? US dollar. Terms, private, cookie, do not, personal. All right, supporting, discover, launch, learn, contact, help and support. What is that? Getting, please enter all required information. Error when checking out. Quick thing you do is double check the. Yeah, well, no kidding. You enter their bank account information or add them to your campaign team as an editor so they. None. Why can't I say? ID, calling. What does verified mean? Create a campaign. When do I get my funds? None of that applies. It's contact support. Yeah, I wonder if that's like. Yeah, that's really weird. Well, I do have an Indiegogo. What the heck? Okay, help and support. And then I try, okay. Campaigner. So I guess this is how it'd be if you want to contact them and say, why can't I, I'm going to go by, I'm the campaigner, but if you wanted it back, this would be how you would go about saying, hey, I tried to contribute to this project and I got this error. But I'm going to go as a campaigner, say to people, when do I get my money? How can I campaign? How can I raise funds? Can you review? Why can't I? Troubleshooting. I have a different question. Great. This is probably going to be slow. Troubleshooting. Contacting the campaigner. Why my perk? Refunds. Free campaign questions. Bank form. Indiegogo fees. Campaign images. Other management. Success. Other. Subject. Donator. Donators? Donator? I don't know how to spell donator. That must be what it is. Telling me they cannot contribute to my campaign due to error. Let's see. Can I go to? Let's go to the Discord and see if can I download this. Save image, and we'll put it down on my desktop, and we'll hit save. And we're gonna attach that file, and we're gonna go desktop. And I can't see it because it's all weird looking. Must be this one. Yep. Okay. A follower wanted to donate, but they are getting the attached error message. Even with everything entered, it says, please enter all required information. So I'm trying to decide. Maybe try picking a perk. You know, pick like the lowest perk, the $1 perk. I think you can change the amount when you do that. Let's see here. I'm going to go look at... Alright, so I got this. Yeah, so if you pick like the $1 perk, or hit add perk underneath your amount, and then just add the $1 one, you can put in whatever amount you want. The perks are not fixed to dollar amounts. You can put any amount above the amount of the perk. So try doing that. Maybe that's what it's asking for. Maybe it requires you to pick a perk. And so I bet you it might work if you did that. And then you can put whatever amount you want. Because like, if you look at this one here, see, I picked a perk. And then, oh, wait a minute. Oh, maybe not. Huh. So you can, I have a feeling, okay, but you picked a dollar amount. Maybe if you, I really don't know. Let's go back here. So maybe we go for make a contribution, continue, and then maybe it's just this random version. Add a perk. Can you add a perk and make a contribution? Oh, you can't. Yeah, I don't know, man. Something's weird. It's like, yeah, you can either... So just making... It's weird. I don't know why you can't add... Why you can't add or change the amount. Kickstarter lets you change the amount. You can put whatever you want above the amount of the thing. But I don't know why contribution doesn't work. Yeah, that should work. And then if you add a perk, it just erases your contribution and puts in the perk. So you can't put in a custom amount. Huh. Honestly, I would still put this down. Let's see if did you by chance miss something on your credit card? Don't screenshot that to me, but I'm just saying, did you maybe not enter in, I don't know, something on your credit card? Just guessing, because that's the one thing I didn't see. That's all I'm saying. And don't send it to me. I'm just, I'm just brainstorming. Like maybe, all right, I'm gonna run through this once. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm not giving any money to Indiegogo though, because I'm not gonna pay them, especially when I'm failing. They're gonna get money out of me anyway. I'm putting in a card, and I'm gonna try this. I just want to see what it does. I'm gonna see if it's just you or everybody or what. Okay, so, and you used a card, right? So I'm gonna do a card. Okay. All right, so I'm just doing a basic $10, no Indiegogo tip, especially since they don't even function. And then I'll click here. I'll submit payment. I'm paying myself $10. Woohoo! It says payment being processed. It's official. I'm a contributor. It didn't have any problems with mine for some reason. Yeah, it just took the $10, and I even changed the Indiegogo tip to 0. So I don't know, man. Did it ask you for a phone number and an email? Maybe you have to put that stuff in. Did you put both of those in too? Because that's also part of the credit card thing. Because you can't. So I wouldn't see that. Again, don't show me. Just saying. That might. Maybe that's it. Maybe you have to have a credit card. Use a junk phone number or junk email. I do that. I use junk phone numbers and emails too, all the time. Ones that you want to send. You know that you don't want to get all that crap mail. Indiegogo though I don't think is too bad. I mean, you're gonna know about projects and stuff like that, and you can always unsubscribe, and they're okay with I mean, it's not like it's some nobody company that's gonna garbage you. Yeah, but I mean, I had an account, but when I did the credit card, it popped up another little section that says what your phone number and email are, and it puts your email in automatically because that comes from your account. But if you didn't put your phone number in your account, it asked me for my phone number, so I put one on there. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But see, I got the Kenneth. It's official. Amount charged $10. So woohoo! I'm gonna get my money back. Thing is, I just paid Indiegogo what, a nickel? Actually, no, I paid them 50 cents. I paid them 50 cents just to give myself a test. Paid, I don't know. So I don't know what it is, man. Indiegogo just made 50 cents off of me, though. That's not right, though, right? No, that's not right, because that's 50 cents would be, because 10% is a dozen. Oh, no, that's right. 5%. 50 cents. Look at Discord. Okay, what you got on Discord now? Oh, you did get it to work. Dominic, it's official. Ooh, high five. Psh. I made $20 today. I mean, granted, it's actually $19 and $9.50 of that was mine. but still, whoosh, high five. I'll take it. And at least my campaign doesn't look so lonely now. Oh, really? You had to put it. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe they don't let you tip them more than you're tipping the thing. So like, no, because your $10 though would have been more than the 5. I don't know, man. They obviously have some kind of a quirky bug thing going on. I didn't try to give them any because I already know they're taking some anyway. So I'm not worried about it. I think it's funny they don't have a 0 as an option. It's 3, 5, or 10. It's like, we know none of you are really going to want to do 0. But hey, if you want to go above 10, here's a box you can put in something. It's like, what if I don't want to give you anything? Where's the 0? I'll just put 0 in your box. All right. I think we're good. Back to what I was attempting to do. So what got me around to thinking about why I wanted to use yeah. You have to go other 0, yeah, I know. But it's like, yeah. exactly. So the thing that got me around to thinking ClickUp or DevOps is I have them both, but I'm trying to I don't want to have too many tools of going on. You know, I want to be able to work with one tool consistently. And I don't know that I can do. I'm not sure if CI/CD works. You know what? I didn't even ask. Because GitHub is not a project tracking tool. It's a source control tool that has features that allow you to work with your source control. Like you can do CI/CD, create these runners and actions and blah, 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 blah. But I wonder, hoop, doo, 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 if it'll work with Azure. I want to try, I'm going to go over here real quick and go, is it possible to set up CI/CD with free Azure DevOps to deploy to my local machine? Docker container in the same way you can with GitHub. Why did that get all skinny like that? Oh. Okay. Alrighty. So yes, it seems like the answer is. What time did you want to leave?
She's ready now.
Mom is?
Put her shoes on.
Yeah, but the movie's not till 3:30.
Do we not have just like a box of nails somewhere or something? Screws.
Okay, first of all, be right back. First of all, how big are all your pictures that big?
No, now I'm putting up a bulletin board. And it's similar size, but it's not as heavy.
This is a hanging thing, so it's got all the stuff you need to hang. In most cases, even pictures that are pretty big can usually be used, especially if they have wires and things that hang down. So these nails typically go with like these bigger hooks. You put them in there, and see how they're already downward angles? And then the stuff just hangs on.
I might not have a stud though to hold the board, because there's one on each side.
Once a more tall, you need a stud.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of these nails won't even reach a stud, but still, it'd probably be a good idea to have the two hooks. Don't use the biggest hooks if you don't have to.
No, I don't need
I think those boards are typically pretty small. You can probably use things. What time did you want to leave, Dave? Okay, I'm back again. All right, man. You have a good one. If I missed you, I'll till next time. You have a good one, man. I'm going to be logging off pretty soon myself. I've got about 20 minutes left to see if I'm going to make this progress. Got to make sure if I'm going to set up something. I don't really know that I want to have two sources of... It's like GitHub and Azure, but GitHub doesn't store your stuff. So it's either... So what I'm thinking is, right now I've got ClickUp, GitHub, doing the stuff that Azure could basically do both, right? It can store your stuff, and it can run and manage your project tasks and such. And I don't think it's overly complicated to do that stuff. True, ClickUp is better for day-to-day planning, things you're going to do all day long and plan with, but I don't necessarily believe that I want to have my project stuff in GitHub or in ClickUp. So it's kind of like getting both parts. One free Microsoft hosted job. Oh, unlimited self-hosted agents. 1,800 pipeline minutes per month. 2 GB storage. Setup requirements. Need to keep your local agent running. Agent needs Docker access. Port forwarding and firewall rules if needed. Security considerations. Agent runs on your machine so it has full access. Consider network security since agent needs to reach Azure DevOps. Would you like me to explain more? Let's do this. How do these considerations compare to using GitHub for the same purpose? Integration features. Tighter integration with GitHub. Better pull request branch automation. Simpler workflow syntax. Built-in Docker support. It's built-in Docker support. Better integration with Azure services. More comprehensive release management. More sophisticated approvals. Better enterprise features. That's a key thing. Azure DevOps makes more sense if you're already using Azure services or need enterprise features. Simpler setup. Runners connect via GitHub managed gateway. Better isolation between jobs. Easier secrets management. More restrictive permissions model. Sounds like GitHub wins in a lot of ways. Requires more network configuration. Direct connection to Azure DevOps needed. More complex. Point after touchdowns. More flexible, but potentially riskier permissions. Free tier limitations. Okay. You get more minutes per month. Unlimited for public repos. No restrictions on concurrent jobs. Artifacts limited to 500 megabytes. No restrictions on concurrent jobs. 2 GB artifact. Ooh, artifacts limited to 500. 500 megs. What is 500 megs? What does it mean, the artifacts? Does that mean like all your code? What are artifacts? Or what do artifacts include? Everything. I don't even know why it's called artifact. Why don't they just say 2 gigabytes storage? Build outputs like compiled binaries, packaged applications, generated documentation, test reports. Pipeline generated files such as code coverage reports, static analysis results, log files, debug symbols, for example, in a typical .NET application. What's not included? Source code files, Git history, dependencies, built configuration files, README and documentation files. You can control what becomes an artifact through configurations. What do you like me to explain? No, I think that explains it. Okay, so the things that you wouldn't compile to, you wouldn't create. It's like it's things that you would create in some other form or fashion. That isn't code. So like the DLLs and the binaries, that stuff you wouldn't check in because you can build that off of your code. So checking them in just kind of like is redundant. So usually we build them when you deploy. Oh, so questions. What do I do? I'm cold, but no, I'm. Yeah, I gotta pick a direction and go with it. And if I'm gonna bail on Azure, I need to do it soon because I have a lot of stuff in there now, and I don't want to make it. You know, I gotta make it a full on. I don't know if I want 3 parts. You know, project management. If it's like if ClickUp can do the project management, great, but it still can't do the other stuff. But then it sounds like Azure could be a pain in the behind to set up. I was like, I don't know. And as much as I'm, all up for challenges, I'm not sure that this sweatshirt's bordering on too small for me. Works good with a t-shirt, not so good for shirts that have more going on than just a t-shirt. Yeah, this is. I've never been a fan of tags. Tags irritate. They're irritating. Okay. All right, so let's see here. To be honest, I think GitHub's more standard. Companies use a lot of... the reason I want to... I guess, honestly, if I was to be honest with myself, I'm only using Azure because it's the one thing that's familiar that I feel like could fit the bill. And companies use it. Like I was working at a company, I was using Azure. But ultimately, ClickUp might be fine and GitHub might do it. And those are more common. How might I integrate and coordinate tasks from ClickUp with my GitHub? Is it a la Azure DevOps, and it's PBI/tasks. Features/PBI/tasks. CI CD process. Because if I want to have a similar setup/flow using ClickUp, I need to have a good picture in my mind of how I'm going to set that up, because it's not terribly clear in my head how I'm going to do that. Okay, I didn't know there was a GitHub thing. That's cool. Connect your GitHub repository using OAuth. Set up webhook notifications. Set up task automation. Git commit. Okay, branch management. Okay, so now I'm starting to see how this can be done. I'm starting to see it. Okay, pull request automation. ClickUp can automatically create tasks from pull requests. PR status shows in ClickUp's tasks. Comments sync between platforms. Status updates. Commits, updates, tasks. PR merges. Example workflow. Create task in ClickUp. Create branch via ClickUp. You can create a branch in ClickUp. Commit code referencing task ID. Create PR. Main differences: less native integration. Requires more manual configuration, more flexible task management. Different pricing model, third-party integration needed for some features. So can ClickUp tasks be connected with my dev environments? PS and PS Code. Okay. I think ClickUp and GitHub it is. I'm just going to do stuff. I'm going to get stuff working. And yeah, I think this is my answer. ClickUp plus GitHub plus a little bit more learning, but I think I can get it. All right, so yeah, let's see what it says here though. Best practice setup: install ClickUp extensions in VS Code, configure ClickUp workspace connections, set up Git commit templates, configure task status automation. Current limitation: no official Visual Studio extension from ClickUp. Ooh, boo. Some features require browser access. Yeah, that's fine. Task creation mostly happens in ClickUp UI. That's fine. I don't usually create tasks offline anyways. You're doing them like on Azure. More limited than Azure DevOps integration. Probably. So if I'm going to go this way, I don't connect tasks that often to my UIs. If I had my tasks available to me offline, so I could see them or just have them fully available and readily available, it'd be easier for me to check stuff off as I go, you know? I mean, I would have it there in your See, all of this is what's building me in a direction. You know, it's because, like I said, I was setting up Docker. I have see my architecture planning now. General info nodes, game log, general. Did I put down my dev stack? So my dev stack is currently React, Go, MongoDB, DB, Unity, Visual Studio, VS Code, Docker, Android, ngrok, GitHub, Azure DevOps, which I might be switching over to ClickUp. Motion for web graphics, Azure for production hosting, which I haven't gotten to yet. It's probably going to be that because there's no production hosting otherwise. Postman for endpoint testing, which I don't have to have. I can use curl, but probably be using that. Excel for player statistical skill formulas. Publisher for my card designs, which is just because it's cheaper than trying to get something like InDesign or something. Coral Paint Shop for image editing. And now I need to, while we're doing GitHub, and so ultimately I'm going to have to, all right, so yeah, I only got a few minutes left here, so let's go with so I have my stuff checked in. I gotta go finish going back over I gotta finish my Docker stuff. All right, so I did the step-by-step. Click Add Runner. Download the runner package. Configure it on your local machine. Didn't I do that? Or did I get distracted by it? I think I didn't do it. Okay, so I was busy running. Where did my PowerShell go? Did I open PowerShell? I thought I did. Oh, there it is. All right, so then we got to do. Why is it? I recommend download the latest runner package. I don't know what language they're using there. Is it dollars? What is a dollar sign? Is that bash? I guess I never really paid attention to what get bash looked like. Oh, it is. Oh, whatever. Oh, I probably have to go invoke web request. Oh, that must be me trying to go to what is it? Actions runner? Ah. Nope, that's as far back as it goes. Why is that not showing up? All right, I'll just go here. Okay, that don't work. Why is this not working? CD. Oh, maybe I have to go see. What is this? See actions. Oh, weird. Okay. Still doesn't prove that this is going to do anything, but all right, still doesn't work. Invoke web request command not found. So I'm obviously missing something. Invoke web request. Download the latest runner package. Okay, but GitHub Actions runner release. Let's see. Getting error. Okay, well, I ran it in PowerShell. Didn't like it either. Oh no, that's actually not true. I ran it in command prompt. Okay, we'll go PowerShell. Run as administrator. Yes. I don't know. The one thing I did not try. Turn bash. Okay, so that still doesn't like it. Oh. Time is it? Okay, I've only got a minute here. Common navigation, usage of CD. Open PowerShell, not bash. Okay. Run the command. Copy and paste the following command in the file. I did though. That's what I. Oh, is it downloaded now? Weird. What did I do before? Huh. Okay. That was weird. All right. So I don't know what. Just check the file once the file's downloaded in the current directory. And then, yeah, I gotta go run it, I guess. Download the runner package, configure it on your local machine. Okay, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to Actions Runner. I guess I'm gonna extract that. View, sort. Well, I would have thought I was. Extract all. There we go. Sure. I'm putting it in the Action Runners folder. I don't know if that's where it goes, but it doesn't. I mean, start the runner server. So I got to set this up. Verify the runner's online and connected to your repository. And so if I go here, 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 here. I don't know. Just run? I mean, how do you run it? Download the runner package, configure it on your local machine. Okay, so create a Docker compose. Define GitHub Actions window. Configure environment rails. Oh, I'll have to do this later. But hey, well, you know, we're slowly moving along as we start ironing out the final design functions of what we're trying to accomplish here for our getting our environment all running in a nice, even flow of things. So hopefully we'll be getting there soon, just to the point where I'm just cranking out new features, but we'll see.